Hello, 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 hello. So today I'll be doing the last little bit of fossil week hunting because I'm not gonna be on tomorrow as I rarely am on Sundays. Be doing that indeed. Plus, I have things to be doing tomorrow, anyways. But we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, we'll be getting soon started then indeed. We're doing that. Let's get going already. It's gonna be taking a little while to be getting them anyways. Indeed, I did already mention it on Discord, but indeed today is unfortunately quite a rainy day in here, so hopefully can be still be getting decent amount of done. And as I like to say, it's quite unlikely that it will actually be doing anything to anything. But at the same time, you never know because it's just so heavy rain today. Kind of the worst of it is gone. In a way, it's just not as like one consistent one anymore. It's more like a bunch of smaller ones. So that's something. Something indeed. Not too bad apart from that indeed. Beep. Kind of today's plan is to be eating 2k on the sword indeed. It would be nice to be hitting 2k also on Soul Silver, but I'll see if we'll be getting there. So I don't know, I don't at least right now be feeling like going a little bit over 6 hours, but we'll see. See, of course. If I want to, I will. If I don't, I don't. It's easy as that. As I said, these numbers are gonna be staying in. Well, until next time I hunt these. Which might be next year. Whenever next year's Safari Week, when next year's Fossil Week is. Depending on that, indeed. Rubber band's working a moment ago. Yep. Not too bad at all. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. Of course, this one's again a little bit down, but it most likely will be getting better. Most likely, indeed. But apart from that, not that bad at all. Also, fun thing is that apparently still my phone case is supposed to be arriving yesterday, according to the websites. It didn't. Most likely on Monday, though. It's just interesting that it didn't move at all yesterday, since it did arrive into one place. Very interesting indeed. Yep. It'll be here when it is. I would have been liking if it would have been here yesterday, indeed. But you know, it's not the end of the world by any means. It's just would have been nicer, of course. But yep. We'll see, we'll see. We'll soon be seeing also how are the fossils be looking like by double checking them. Because soon we have checked out all of them on Sword as well. Pretty nice. It has been a little strange both yesterday and today. It could be because it is raining so much, and also there is quite big thunderstorms as well. Still be waiting until they actually be hitting us. Which is most likely never, it seems like, but I mean, that's good, I suppose, but not necessarily minded, you know. I'm completely fine with it, you know. It's just unfortunate because today is so much rain. It's like actually like that bad that there is warnings that, you know, too much in certain areas. Unlikely that it would be here, but everything is possible, you know. Unlikely indeed, but maybe. If it's bad enough, you know, it will be hitting us as well. It just would need to be quite bad for that to be actually be going on. Let's double check the sword then, indeed. Should be everything. You know what would be kind of funny? Because it kind of was a thing in some older games. Not really, but kind of. What if only, like, wild Pokemons would be working in the way that you need to be capturing them first and then they could be turning shinies? Specifically, indeed, talking about wild Pokemons, because there has been, like, situations where that has been going on, like, in Colosseum, for example, that, you know, Whereas it's not a shiny, then it can be turning into a shiny. Once you have it on your team. But if it would be going on for like every single Pokemon, so you truly would need to be catching everything that you ever will be seeing. Would it be silly? I mean, you know, it kind of is the truth as well, I suppose, for Gen 1 hunting, because you have to be capturing it in order to see it if it's shiny, because the only thing that would be telling you that it's a shiny is by looking at the stats and seeing if they are correct. If they are correct, then you know it's a shiny. But yeah, it would be interesting. Doubt that they would be ever making it like that, but could be. Could be. I will still say that it's always gonna be interesting what they're gonna be doing with the remakes of older games, since if they are gonna be moving into always be having the overworld Pokemons. It'll be interesting to see. They're gonna be making the remakes like the old games, or are they gonna be making the remakes like the new games? Most likely they would be making them like the old games. That would be my thought. Because mostly remakes are quite faithful. Some more than others for sure, but we'll see. We'll see. And you know what kind of a charm would be quite interesting to be seeing in Pokemon games? A charm that makes it impossible for the Pokemon to be knocking itself out. Or specifically like wild Pokemons. That could be quite interesting one. Would it be making things too easy? Maybe, but would be interesting. Does it really make sense? No, but most of the charms in the games they don't really make sense. Like, how is there more marks appearing and more shinies appearing and more shards and whatever things? Like, how in actuality that would be working? So why not the charm that would be making it impossible for the wild Pokemon to be locking themselves down? It's also gonna be interesting to be seeing is like, I don't know if they're charms or whatever they are called, but in Legends Arceus there's like things that you can be buying that will be making it impossible to be getting poisoned and whatever else. I wonder if they are ever gonna be returning. Or are they no longer needed because Pokemons are not specifically attacking, you know, people anymore? But I feel like that would be overall a good thing to be having, though. Would really be hurting? Not really. Would be too helpful. Probably not, but I mean, It would be kind of a shame if they would be only in those games, you know? Because it's, for me, with anything that I am always so sad when items are only in one game if it's in a series of games, so I would quite like if they would be coming back in another game. It would be quite interesting anyways if they would be like making so many like very useless charms as rewards of doing certain things. Imagine that. You know what would be kind of interesting game to be seeing them to be making, even though I know that it's quite unlikely that they would be doing it because it doesn't really make sense that much for the, you know, Pokemon series. Is that it would be quite interesting if they would be making a Pokemon game where you at the start will be picking a type that you want to be doing. And then in order to be unlocking other types to be available, you would need to be like defeating a gym leader or something like that. Then you get access to that type and so on and so forth. I feel like that would be quite an interesting like challenge for sure. It would be quite an interesting challenge for sure indeed. Or make it like having a kind of a same-ish idea, unlocking like different things once you defeat a gym or something like that. Is to be having a Pokemon game that you can only be using the type that you're going against. Yes, that could be quite interesting. And you could be like battling with the same Pokemons and see who is better, you know? Like, of course, like dual types would be accepted and everything, but I think it still is pretty interesting though. And kind of would be pushing players to be using Pokemons that they might not otherwise be thinking about as well. But I think if there would be a Pokemon game that you could only be defeating the type specialist with their typing, I feel like it should be done in a way, even though it might be frustrating and annoying for some Pokemon, for some Pokemon types. that make it that the primary typing needs to be like, in case you go against a bug one, the primary type needs to be bug. I know that for some it's more difficult than others. But you know, I feel like that could be quite an interesting and challenging game. You would need to be going against the same Pokemon, like same type of Pokemon that you're battling with. Because mostly it's the case that the type resists itself. Most of the time it's the case. There's few that are super effective against itself, but still. But most types to be resisting itself, so having a Pokemon game that forces you to be using the same type as your opponent would make you be using Pokemon, as I said, you might not be normally using. Would be making you like kind of think outside of the box and, you know, kind of figure out like what move can I be using with this dude in order for it to be defeating. For defeating the other ones. Because I feel like that something like that, maybe not to that extreme, could be quite interesting. To be making like a game that works like that, because then, you know, it's new things. It's new things, indeed. It's not just same old, you know, chimps and Elite Four. Also, another thing that I would absolutely love to see someday, even though I know that for Pokemon it doesn't make the most amount of sense. I would like to be seeing a gym leader to be using like kind of whatever types. And not be like strictly be using one type. I see you're stealing my lucky indeed. Hopefully I can be finding the thing. How are you doing? I'm doing quite okay. Nothing too out of the ordinary indeed. Oh, you try to be getting it yourself. Good luck with that. Yeah, I'll be doing gimme goal searching at some point. I have kind of decided that if I find it, I find it. If I don't, I don't. It is what it is indeed. It is unfortunately a little bit over the full odds, so the rate isn't the best. And of course, there's always chance that you'll be getting just lucky and be getting it easily. There's a bunch of people that if you wanted, there I've noticed that there's a bunch of people that are like streaming it on different platforms. Rates for it. Which is nice. And people are doing it. Also, apparently an easy way to be knowing if Gimme Gold is shiny is to be having an imposter ditcho. Because then it transforms into the Gimme Gold. If it's shiny, it turns into the shiny one. So that's a way to be making it a little bit easier about them. It's not gonna be helping that much, and as I said, I'll be doing at least a little bit myself of defeating them anyways, because I want the EXP candies. I mean, they're not all bots. There's like actual like people doing them. Like quite a good amount. But if you want to be 100% sure that it's a legit one, then the only way is to be hunting it yourself or go with someone who you know that to be doing it legit in quotes. There is streamer bots, of course. I mean, you can be doing anything to them, of course. But there is a bunch of legit ones. Like, there is actual people that are, you know, hosting them so people can be getting them. Because it's so hard to be finding it, because last time, if you would have been doing the entire duration of the event, would have been doing gimme goal checks, it would have been, like, you wouldn't be having enough time to be hitting the odds, basically. You could, but at the same time, not really. It wasn't realistic to be hitting the odds. But that's why a bunch of people do be using turbo controllers to be finding one. Yeah. As I say, you get shinies your way. I don't honestly care. Yeah, I want to be hunting down one myself as well, and then I'll be sharing with people, of course, because why not? I know it's an absolute pain to be getting, and not everyone has, time to be hunting down one. Well, maybe. You could be getting nice and lucky. I like to say that whenever Alpha Gudra decides to be shiny, then I know for a fact that up until I do be hitting the sub amount, I can be doing the dance bars hunt consistently. It's a problem of having way too many hunts that you want to be doing. But whenever it decides to shine, then I know that I have a time for things. I like to say that at least for time being, if I don't have another hunt that I really want to be doing consistently, but I can't be bothered to be doing it more than once a week, is that I'll be doing probably Scarlet and Violet to go like from that point onwards on Tuesdays. Kind of my plan, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. But of course, once one be done with the 3 segmented dance bars, one needs to also be doing family household as well. Of course, of course. Even though I have another plan for dance bars. After I get the first one. Of the 3 segment variety for the evolution. That is kind of why I want to be getting a bunch of EXP candies. And as I said, in my opinion, Gimme Gold raids are one of the easiest ones to be getting them from anyways. So I'll be doing that indeed. You know what would be kind of interesting to be? I mean, it is meant to be rare. It was the case last time, so I wasn't expecting them to be switching it up. I understand the frustration, but you know, I'm used to it, honestly. They want it to be rare, you know. Yeah, I don't know if there is a stat, but one thing would be quite interesting to be seeing is that, what amount of people are playing in each of the languages for Pokemon. That would be an interesting thing to be seeing. Because quite a good amount of people that do be having their own language as an option, they might still be playing in English or in another language. But I will say, Gimme Goal, it's a cool Pokemon, but I also hate it. I will still stand by my thing. I think the evolution is kind of impossible to be getting into regular playthrough if you don't want to be waiting forever. And Gimme Goal itself is useless. Unfortunately. It's so bad. As I said, I don't understand why they did make another Applin situation that it takes way too long to be evolving it and it doesn't get any moves. Because it just doesn't make any sense. There is the 2k, not that much more to be hitting half the odds indeed. Everything. I'm gonna double check this, but there shouldn't be anything. It isn't. I mean, in my mind, honestly, it wouldn't be as bad, the gimme goal situation that only the 5-star one can be shiny. If it would be the case that you would only be getting the 5-star ones if you have completed the game. But at least I will say that much, at least you will be knowing what are the event ones still, because if you wouldn't be able to know which ones are the event ones, I don't know if I could be bothered with it, you know? I don't know, could I be bothered with it? Yeah, I know, but it is unfortunately what it is. Also, I already asked this from people, but I want, since you're hunting it, can you be confirming that gimme goal rates are only in Paldea? Like, they are not in any other area? Yeah, I thought so. But they could have been honestly adding it to the DLCs. Be having more chances before you need to be resetting. Resetting them indeed. But I get it that it's only in Paldea, but like, one thing I was surprised about that I did hear that someone was doing like the gimme goal rates when they were at work, and they were able to get 100 like in the time that they were working, like 100 chicks. I'm like, huh? Like, aren't they like super duper slow, you know? Like, even if you would be just going in, going out, it's just taking still a bunch of time. It's like, huh? You're doing 100 a day when you're working, excuse me. But I probably will be try to be finding one tomorrow indeed, when I'm having an off day. If I don't, I don't. If I do, then you know, I'll be saving it up. Gonna be fun for sure. But I'll be doing, since I'm gonna be like, if I do be finding it, I'll be doing indeed in a way that, you know, I can be sharing it. As I said yesterday, I need to be doing some testing so I can be sure that I can be keeping it on. That's why, you know, why I test things out before I find it. Because I want there to be, you know, it as an option for people. Don't know how many I will be doing, but somewhat. Doing some amount indeed. Yeah, I think I can be doing one more full check before we're gonna be having indeed break coming in. Which would be quite nice. Because we should be having one like soon. Yeah, indeed. It seems like today is a nice and fast one once again. Love it. It is definitely again possible that on the second hour I can be hitting 150 in sword. Definitely a possibility. Because I'll be again be getting quite close being done with another one there. But it do be like overall a goal still to me to be getting something else than gimme goal from like the raids, both in Scarlet and Violet and in Sword and Shield. Yeah, gimme gold grind is what it is indeed, unfortunately. I mean, even though the odds are super duper low, and there's absolutely no way to be increasing them, it's still nicer to be getting like the shiny actually yourself than it to be like a gift. Because you can be choosing the Pokeball that you capture it in and everything. It's not gonna be in Cherry's Ball every single time if it's a gift one. Even though I will say Cherry's Ball is a quite a cool looking Pokeball, but at the same time, I would rather be able to choose it. That's my main issue with, like, you know, shiny locks and then, you know, be gift, because indeed it's forced to be in a certain Pokeball. But then again, if they want to be making shinies impossible and the only way to be having a legit one is in a Cherry's Ball, you know, it is what it is, but, you know, I'd rather be, as I said, be hunting down one myself. Even if it would be incredibly unlikely. Because at least I have hunted it myself. Cat is on the move today a bunch. She is switching up where she is resting in. Even more than usual. Usually she is fine in one spot, but I don't know what's going on today. Be doing few more checks and we're indeed gonna be hitting the break time since an hour has passed indeed. But as I said, on the next hour I most likely will be able to be hitting 150 checks. It's pretty good. Pretty nice. I'll be doing like maybe 1 or 2 more on a sword, then I'll be stopping it for now. At whatever amount that I can on Soul Silver on the meantime. In the meantime. Nope. Gonna run out this one, then I'll leave Soul Silver be as well. But so I can just be picking it up once I do be continuing after the break, indeed. Indeed, ads coming in soon. 3 minutes as usual, more or less. We're gonna be getting going soon, indeed. Let's get going then. I will be interesting to see though about Gimme Goal is that is the roaming forum ever gonna be available in games apart from like Pokemon Go? Like the ones that you can actually capture and, you know, not just walking about in the wild. I have talked about it before that I feel like a Gimme Goal should be getting different evolution based on is it the chest form or is it the roaming form? Because it just makes sense. And it would be like that. I don't know, why would they be evolving into the same thing, actually? Because it do be quite a difference in forms, indeed. But they definitely could and should be evolving into two completely different things. But I doubt it, since because I would be feeling like they would have been added that thing already. If they would have been like to be doing it. Everything. What are you? Yeah. I mean, I will say for what you need to be doing in order to be getting Golden Go, I feel like it's fair that it's broken. It's so much work. And another evolution that I feel like is gonna be so incredibly difficult to be introducing in other games. Because I don't think that we're gonna be forever gonna be having like a thing that we're collecting the Pokemon's parts, you know? Like, surely it's a cool way that we have like new evolution methods, but at the same time though, why? And honestly, why it needs to be so high? Like, I feel like 300 would have been like nice and high enough. Why do I have to be having the full one? Basically 1000 of them. And then you can only be evolving one of them as well. Because you can't even be like evolving a bunch of them at once. But yeah. But yeah, it is what it is. It would have been kind of cool if Gimmighoul would have been getting kind of the same thing as Zygarde, that you could kind of be choosing how, like, in how many coins you want to be evolving it in. That would have been kind of interesting, honestly. And you could be deciding, do you want to be going for the strongest one, or do you just want it to be evolved so you can be actually using it? It is quite funny that the gimme goal in the raids is more OP than you can easily be getting it yourself to be. It's still like kind of easy to be defeating, but still. It do be quite funny. I will say though, even though I don't really be doing like online battles and stuff, I haven't heard that much about Golden Go be, you know, good in battles as much lately. I mean, it probably still is, but I just don't hear anyone anymore talking about it. Tandemouse certainly is a Pokemon. Which I'm defeating every single time that I see one, because I'm not gonna be going ahead and going that close to my screen to be able to see if it's shiny. Yeah. I don't really know because I don't do battles, but it's just like kind of surprising that all of a sudden like it's no longer talked about. And also I will still say I know the shiny difference when it comes down to Golden Go, but I will also say that I don't remember which way it goes. I know the difference, but it's just like it's so similar I can't remember. I don't know that a bunch of people don't like Gimme Gold Shiny, but I quite like it, honestly. It's not that bad. I mean, it's nothing too crazy for sure, but... Yeah, like the parts of the eyes and like certain like lines do change, and that's about it. That's about it, it's shiny. That's a shiny Golden Go. The funny dude. But yeah, but it's not noticeable. Like, it's kind of a thing that I like even if like a bad shiny like Gengar, you know which one is shiny. Like, if you see them right next to each other, you know which one is shiny, you know? But with Golden Go, I don't think that I could be easily be telling it apart. Because it's so, like, small details that it gives it away. To be fair, I have personally always liked Gimme Goal as a design more than Golden Go. I like it as a Pokemon more, but I still don't like Gimme Goal because why? Is it so bad? Make it more usable. I know that a bunch of people are complaining that the chest should be changing when Gimme Goal is shiny, but at the same time, the chest isn't the Pokemon. It's the the Gimme Goal inside is the Pokemon. Like Komala, the log is the Pokemon instead of the Pokemon. Or Koala Bear, whatever my thing. I mean, bunch of people wanted to be... Bunch of people wanted to be having like the chest to be like blue because Great Ball or whatever my thing, and I'm like, it could be, but I don't really care. Yeah, but people want like the red parts to be blue, so it's more obvious. I'm gonna actually check out because I'm now quite curious. Does it actually change? I'm gonna be putting it into a like color picker. Because it could be changing slightly. I don't really care what size I make the canvas. It's just hard to, you know, be seeing it sometimes on the websites. Yeah, it's slightly darker when it's shiny. It's not noticeable enough in Terra raids. But it is a very slight change. And yeah, it technically does change. But it's so small that you can't be seeing it in Terra raids. Because all the colors are so wrong in Terra raids. But yeah, but people want like the chest indeed to be completely different color when Gimmighoul is shiny, but it doesn't need to be. And it doesn't make sense. It is funny that bunch of people are trash talking about Gimmighoul shiny and then they are not even talking about Golden Go shiny. Golden Go is like definitely the worst. Yeah, but you know, people be what people be. I mean, I suppose it's a little bit different because Gimmighoul you can be finding it as a shiny, but still, I don't think that that should be making the difference. But it do be what it do be. But if you're not using like a Ditcho to be seeing that is it shiny or not, the best thing to be doing is to be comparing the indeed the little bit of roundness in the middle to the Gimmighoul. Because if they like have quite a big difference, then it's shiny. Not easy to be seeing, but possible nonetheless. It would definitely be easier to be noticing if indeed terror rates wouldn't be messing up with the lights. As I said yesterday, it is a thing that if you have like ice or steel terror raid, or the crown thing for it, it changes everything so much. I'm gonna be getting a 3 family. Three family household is pretty easy to be finding in terror raids. But yeah, it do be a thing at some point that I'll be going for. I'll be going, indeed, as I said, at some point I'll be going for the 3 family household, but we'll see. It's definitely gonna be requiring bunch of knocking them down, that's for sure. Because I ain't doing a picnic and counting. Because I can't be bothered with it. Because I'm not gonna be using like level 3 sandwich anyways. I'm gonna be using level 2, so it wouldn't really be helping out. But speaking of Tandem Mouse, it's so funny when it was introduced to Pokemon Go that people are saying that it's impossible to be getting the 3 family. When it's not impossible, people have gotten them, it's just unlikely. It's not impossible. Because I feel like the word impossible is just like tossed around nowadays so much that it has kind of lost its meaning. Like, impossible just nowadays means that it's very unlikely to be going ahead and happening. Because back in my day, impossible actually meant that something was impossible. But yeah, do be what it do be. But I guess a word impossible is a catchy word, so people are gonna be clicking on it. So that's probably why it is used so much. Well, waiting when Dunsparce is gonna be getting its evolution in Pokemon Go, and people be saying that it's impossible to be getting the 3-segmented one. I will say, unless the code says so, I don't think so. And I feel like, you know, most of the time, you know, people are data mining the game enough so they, like, we actually know, like, what Pokemon is and isn't impossible, you know? I mean, surely can there sometimes be the situations that they accidentally make something be working in a way that it's not supposed to be? Yeah, but they usually fix them relatively quickly. Not all said done already. Interesting. Again, one of those days that I just don't feel like I'm doing any encounters, but I'm doing them. Love it. Triple G, G's then. And quite a bit extra, I see. Happens. But yeah, hopefully you can be finding the mouse and the dance parts that you're looking for, indeed. Hopefully it doesn't take you too long. Hopefully, indeed. You know what would also be nice? And a feature I've talked about this before, would be nice in Scarlet and Violet, and a feature I don't understand why they did remove it. Why did they remove the sparkles when you're encountering a shiny from a den? And the visuals? It just doesn't make sense. Because in Sword and Shield, if you did find a shiny of the raid, in the raids, it would be having the sparkle sounds and sparkles. Why couldn't they be doing the same thing in Scarlet and Violet? Especially because it's a lot harder to be seeing them. I've talked about a lot of trash and that, like, so many of the crowns be making the Pokemon look so different. Just like, why? I want to know the reason why they did decide to be removing them, honestly. I think there is a way to be turning off move animations, it's just called something different. And also, if you are doing it online with someone else, your in Sword and Shield will be also be having the animations playing. But yeah, strange things for sure. Also, another question is still, why haven't they fixed the dents anyways? They are so broken. I mean, for something like Gimmickle, that is an easy target, so it's like that bad, but like, imagine doing, like, I was doing the Paradox ones, and they were so annoying. Like, so many times we technically knocked it down, but then, like, the time glitched out. I mean, I like them all. Like, I like Scarlet and Violet in, like, they are nice games. There is just, as there is in any game, there is a bunch of flaws. I will say that if we are ever gonna be having like a multiplayer feature like the dance that we have been having in the last few generations, I really wish that we will be going back to the turn-based thing. I don't care that it takes longer. But if it's just not that broken. This is frustrating, like you technically did win, but then the game is like, nah, it didn't win. Because you somehow did run out of time. But you know, do be what it do be. No game is perfect, unfortunately. And making games is not that easy. It's just a thing that I feel like quite a good amount of people forget, that it's not that easy to be actually making games. I don't honestly care that they take long. I just like that I can be getting more consistent results. I don't care that they are taking longer. But yeah, have a great rest of the day then. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it a ton indeed. But yeah, I personally myself, I'd rather be things be taking a lot longer than being consistent. And also in Sword and Shield you can be turning indeed the animations off, and if you're offline you can be doing them quickly. In both regular dance and in Dynamax Adventures. Would be so nice if it would be an option to be doing Dynamax Adventures online without animations. How much I would be liking it. It's not even funny. But then again, you know, I'm glad that Pokemon is trying new online features. I guess I said they're not perfect, but nothing ever is. The problem is that, like, they can only be doing things so far for Pokemon games that, or Switch games in general. Like, surely there is a bunch of powerful games for Switch, and they are running smoothly, but at the same time there is only so much that they can be doing. The Switch isn't the most powerful console ever. Even though I will say that I find it quite funny, because most of the time the best consoles, they are the laggiest. But then again, like if you are making a game that is not optimized, then you know it's not an optimized game. No matter what you do. Because I know that's like quite a usual reason why some games are like so bad is that they are trying to be taking everything that they can from the console, and you know it's not ideal. Some consoles are smart and they are, you know, making it so it can't be taking absolutely everything, but it doesn't help that much. Because like I know that like I haven't done it myself, but I know that there is definitely more difficulties that you're gonna be running into if you're coding something for a console compared to like a computer or even a phone. Because I don't know if anyone else has been playing like the same game in a bunch of different consoles, but if you're playing it on a console compared to a PC has so many more options. You can be making the game to be having certain amount of RAM if you want to. You can be choosing like how it's running and stuff. And usually like on console it's like either it looks good or it plays better. Those are your two options. It's understandable because consoles are not as easy to be making. To be having like switching in the settings, but then I feel like the dudes should be playing the game on the console before they release it. Because I know that there's so many games that are literally just ports from PC to console, and they are not good, unfortunately. Kind of a thing that I have learned in school, even when it comes down to websites, you can't just be making the exact same website to be working on the phone as it is working on the PC. Mostly because of the screen size, because usually your phone or tablet isn't as big as your screen on like computer or wherever you're using it. No, you can't be making them work to be working the same. It is quite impressive though nowadays how close you can be getting like mobile versions of the games to be to the like PC one. But you know, it's nice, you know, it's a nice on the go thing for sure, but I don't know. Would I be ever interested in playing like a big game on a phone? It's kind of the same thing for me that I don't know if I ever want to be playing like a big like that big of a game on Switch that isn't exclusive to Switch. Like sure, like something like the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they are big games, but they are specifically made for, you know, Switch, so they work. But I don't know if I would be playing something like Skyrim on Switch myself. I know a bunch of people do, and probably works nice, but no, not for me. But then again, I feel like everyone is kind of in the way that, like, even though, like, not every game, of course, is, like, exclusive to one way of playing, either a PC, a game console, or something like that. I feel like most of the time we do be having preference to some games on which one we would like to be playing them. Skyrim actually is probably one of the only exceptions. Like, I'm fine playing it on PC and on a console. Like, I don't mind either. But then for me there is like Minecraft that I'd rather be playing on PC. It could be because, you know, I feel like it's more important for me to be able to see better in Minecraft. Like, if I want to be, well, I will want to be watching in a certain direction, I want to be more precise. And I can be personally more precise with a mouse than a controller controlling it. But yeah, it do be what it do be. And also I will say that for Minecraft as well, the problem was that for quite some time the only good way to be playing the game, in my opinion, was to be playing it on PC, even though my PC was, or laptop, was complete garbage. Because the problem was that, you know, the updates, they did take quite a long time, like an ages to be on the consoles. And also, if you are playing certain versions of it, you can only be getting into, like, up to a certain update as well. But I remember when I was younger, there was such a battle, like which one was better, console or PC, and I'm like, it honestly depends so much. Both of them are good, especially nowadays. It's hard to be comparing the two because they mostly be getting the same games. They mostly, you know, run as smoothly. With a PC, you can be getting a lot more control how it is built if you want to. With a console, you're getting like nice package already made that is pretty powerful. So there is pros and cons for both of them. I will say that I absolutely love that, like, exclusive console things are kind of thing of the past. 'Cause I never got them. I'm so glad that mostly it's gone. Hello, Dark Rio, how are you doing? I don't know if I'm getting close. Yeah. Shall hydrate before stretch as well. But yeah. Indeed, I'm so glad that mostly console exclusives are gone, or whatever is the platform that it's originally in. I understand, like, certain, like, Nintendo only be making things for Nintendo consoles, and, like, that makes sense. But having just kind of random games to be exclusives is strange. Or like certain consoles getting benefits over some other ones. That is even like even worse in my opinion. That because it is indeed a certain console, it gets more benefits. But yeah, it do be what it do be. Because I will say that there isn't too many times that I would be willing to be buying a console just because it has a game on it that no other console gets. I know that that's what they are trying to be doing. It doesn't really work for me. I mean, did I get a Switch to be playing Animal Crossing? Yeah, but at the same time, you know, I can be playing other games as well, but I'm not gonna be getting like an entire console for one game. That's why I like that, you know, the games that I did play once as a kid, at least some parts of them, the Crash Bandicoot and the Spyro remakes, that they were they are literally available in any one of them consoles you can think of, at least the main ones. Do be liking it indeed. Let me fix my encounters then. Uh, they are correct, okay. I'm gonna just add one extra there since I did do that. Or are they? I don't know. It should be the same, okay. Well, I don't know if I can be getting another one checked out before we're gonna be hitting into the break indeed. I'm gonna be close once again, but happens like that indeed. But if we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. It's easy as that. Then my counter should be now correct indeed. I'll check out on the break then, just in case. Hopefully it's pretty easy to be checking indeed. But yeah, indeed, as I said, soon I'm gonna be having a break indeed, so if you do need to be taking a break, take a break indeed. Get something to eat, something to drink, take a break any shape or form, because breaks are going to be taking, indeed. Don't push yourself too much if it's not completely necessary, indeed. I'll be able to do one more resetting. Caputos indeed in Soul Silver. It's a possibility. I did say no to that. I still want to so badly that I could be putting off the nicknaming. It would be so nice if I could. Soul Silver would be, I could be putting it off. Because otherwise it's just A-mashing, basically. Everything else I could be literally just A-mashing apart from the movement, of course, so it would be so much nicer if I could be putting it off. Or if I could be immediately exiting out of it, then I would be fine with it as well. Like in Sword. Even if I would be going there, I can be immediately be getting out. Last check before the break on Sword. There we go. Let's get to Caputo there. At least almost. There we go. Soon break indeed. Check out one thing indeed. Okay, are the counters correct? Seems like it. Unfortunately, wasn't able to be getting 150 done last hour, but it's fine. Be getting going soon then indeed. There we go. Monica names for you two indeed. I think that I need to be increasing one already by one. But you know, I'll be doing it afterwards, because I mean it doesn't really matter. So I know that I'm off. Happened 2 times quite quickly from one another, you know, starting to be overthinking things. There we go. Nice. Yeah. It's indeed correct about it. Thanks for the lux. Yeah. I have never really had any old consoles myself. That I'm willing to be selling, because I don't really care myself that much about making money out of them. I'd rather be having them in order for me to be playing with them. But if you don't need them, you know, selling is a good option. Because usually if there is an old console that we have been having, it usually is broken by the time that, you know, we're done with it, because we like to be using the consoles as long as they are working, and then, you know, they are kind of dead after that. But I will still be saying that in my opinion it doesn't make too much sense to be selling things for way too high of a price. But it's even more stupid that people are actually buying them for that amount of money. When it comes down to anything, honestly, I've talked about it plenty of times that in my opinion it's just so dumb to be buying something so just it's for selling later. I feel like that's kind of dumb, but you know, each to their own. No shame on it. It's just like, why? But then again, I know that there is a bunch of people that are willing to be spending way too much money to be getting like a special edition of a console. It's like ridiculous sometimes. Like my main problem with them is always that if I want to be buying like a used like old console that is like special edition, I'm way too afraid that it's not real. I'm way too afraid of that. Because I feel like it happens quite often. Not that often, but quite often still, that, you know, people to be making it. So I personally rather not, but eh, if you want to, you want to. Because yeah, indeed, the only console that would be kind of worth anything nowadays that I have ever had is the original PlayStation 1. But indeed, it break like years ago. I'm pretty sure like over 10 years, no, over 15 years ago even. It was just because, you know, it was getting old and it was used a bunch. But I will also say that I don't know if I will be personally too interested in playing like old consoles because I want the same experience as I did when I was a kid, but I also don't want to be using like the old TVs. Hmm. Yeah, but I don't really care, honestly. I'm not paying that much for PlayStation 2 that I'm seeing people be selling them for. Not gonna be paying that much, that's for sure. There do be always other ways around it, you know? There do be. But I will say that as much as I would like to be playing like some of the original PS1, PlayStation 1 games, uh, I would want to more be playing the remakes because they're so much easier to be getting hold of. Like, surely there is not as much charm as there was like on the originals, but I honestly don't care that much myself. But I know and I understand that bunch of people want to be like indeed having the like actual experience of the old games, you know. And I understand it. I wouldn't mind it, but it's just like, yeah, expensive. But yeah, do be what it do be indeed. I'm hoping that one day we would be having a situation where old games are not worth like millions. Maybe one day. It's so stupid. I understand that there is, you know, they are old games, they have that going for themselves. But still... I mean, anything is worth whatever someone is willing to be paying, but still... Yeah, I know it's basically non-existing. But I can always be hoping for it. That's not that bad, honestly. That's not that bad of a price at all. And those aren't that bad price. I mean, they are pricey, but it's not that much, honestly. Because there's so many old specific, like, it's more Nintendo games that are expensive. But there's like so many that are like worth thousands dollars in quotes. But you know, if people are buying them, do you know, as I said, anything is worth as much as someone is willing to be paying for it. If someone thinks that a paperclip is worth $1,000, then it's worth $1,000. The problem is as well when it comes specifically down to Pokemon games. If I would be buying used ones, I'd rather be paying a little bit extra and be sure that it's real. Because that's unfortunately an issue. I'd rather be paying extra to be making sure that, you know, it do be real indeed. This is so many fake copies sold. It's insane. And I will say, even though it will be hard to be doing it for Switch, if we would be having in Nintendo Switch all the past Pokemon games, that would in its own way be kind of making that not be as worth it. Like, surely there is still gonna be people that, you know, want to be buying the original copy of for their original machine. But I feel like the fake ones would be going, like, down in numbers. Because not so many people are gonna be buying them. But yeah, I understand that there is like its own issues for putting Pokemon games to Switch. Because they would be under like another program. Like whatever I think like there is like now there is already like programs for things. And also I will say the DS games, they are always gonna be an issue. And 3DS games. They are hard to be putting into Switch. As nice as it would be. But the problem is that since they would be in their own application, like how could you be putting them to home and stuff like that? I would absolutely love it if they would be the case. But it's just quite unlikely. If they will be finding a way, they will be finding a way. I will say though, I would very much like if that would ever be happening, that we would be getting every single Pokemon game to Switch or whatever is after Switch. I really hope that we can be buying them. Like, if we want to, we could be buying them all at once. It's not really the touchscreen that's the problem, it's the problem that there is two screens. Like, that's the bigger issue, that there's two screens. Like, how can you be fitting them both? But there is some Switch games that you can only be playing them if you're playing them on handheld mode. Because it was kind of was definitely a way that they did do it in PDSB, the double screen. It was definitely a way to be making it. It wasn't too good, but it surely was there. It wasn't too necessary, if you ask me, most of the time, the other screen. I would have myself be more happy if it would have been just in the menus. I would be so happy that it would have been just in the menus, the touchscreen. In PDSB, because it just would have been making more sense. Because the very few times that I needed to be using it is for certain HMs. And that's about it then. Like, apart from that, it's kind of useless. Like, it's one of those things that, like, when, you know, Diamond and Pearl did come out, it was a cool thing to be having, like, so many things on the bottom screen that you can be interacting with, but nowadays it's kind of, eh. It's there, I suppose. But yeah. But yeah, my only hope indeed, if indeed every single Pokemon game would be on Switch / on whatever comes after Switch, is that I would be indeed wishing that we could be just buying like in a bundle every single one of them if we want to. instead of buying them all one by one. I mean, I mostly don't really need any of the games myself, but I will still say that the Switch is very easy to be streaming. Because I know that since the Red Mystery Dungeon is available now on Switch, there's a bunch of people that are streaming it. Because it's so, as I said, it's so easy to be streaming like Switch. I've said it a bunch of times, it's kind of impossible to be getting a capture card in here because, you know, it's modifying the console and, you know, it's kind of a no-no thing in here. I talked about it before that customs can be taking your console if it's modified. Because it's not an original system, you have modified it. It's annoying, but you know, do be what it do be. You can still, of course, but it's hard. But then again, I feel like it's not too necessary, like in my opinion, to be getting like capture card for 3DS and such. Because I feel like it's quite funny to be, you know, recording the screen with a phone or camera instead. I mean, surely it doesn't look as good, but I can still be making things out of it though. Can still be making things out of it indeed. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of people do be liking to be doing it anyways, even though they would be having capture cards. And honestly, in my opinion, it's not really worth the money to be getting a 3DS or DS, whatever method capture card. It's so expensive. Like, even if you would be able to, like, physically go ahead and like bring your DS to there, it's still stupid expensive. I understand why it's expensive, but not needed. I'd rather be, you know, spending my money somewhere else than than there indeed. And it's a thing as well because it's not, I don't know, it's still a big thing, I suppose, but like a few years ago it was even a bigger thing that people were like, I need to be getting a capture card to my device in order to be streaming it, or, you know, filming it in one way or another. Isn't really true. Because I knew that, like, at the time, I knew so many streamers that were like, they would have been like to be doing a hunt on like 3DS and whatever, but they couldn't because they didn't have a capture card. And I'm like, huh? What do you mean? But each to their own, indeed. I will say one thing that I do be finding a little bit odd, considering that like a capture card for the like PC or laptop one even, they are quite cheap, like even in here. So I don't really understand like some people be like recording Switch with a camera. No, that is the thing that I don't fully understand, because it's not that honestly expensive. I mean, surely the cheap ones might be bad quality, but you know, they still work. But yeah, do be what it do be indeed. Because the thing is as well that like if you don't have good enough camera, the thing is that if you're like recording your TV with the camera or some sort of a screen that is linked to a computer, it is not good looking. There we go. Let's continue. But yeah. I mean, sure, like cameras and TVs and screens in general have been getting better. That there isn't that many like lines anymore, but they still are there. That's why every single time on the TV when they are recording a screen there or filming a screen there, it looks so bad. Not always, but most of the time. What do you do, be? What do you do, be, indeed? I will say that I personally can be playing something like Scarlet and Violet myself on a Switch that is like off in the distance, if it's not in dock. I can be playing any other game, like in a dock mode from far away, but Scarlet and Violet, you kind of need to be seeing things. Because I will say that honestly, Switch is having like for what it is and for the size that like Switch is, it has a quite a good screen. I mean, of course, like something like OLED will be having a better one, but even like a regular Switch has a very good one. I mean, then again, you know, technology be like that nowadays. I will say one of the only problems that I have with a regular Switch is that for my hands, because I'm not too used to playing on handheld mode with a regular Switch, it's too heavy. My hands are getting tired very quickly. Light I can be doing a bunch, but like an actual Switch, no. Not that long. Can be done. And also I will say that for me, if I will be playing Switch in a in the handheld mode, it's not really too comfortable to be holding on. Like, I can be having it on my hands for too long. There's like something about the shape that isn't nice. I know that there's a bunch of like accessories that you can be making it feel more comfortable, but I can't be bothered, honestly. Too much money again spent for like for a little bit, because like regular Switch I almost never be playing on handheld mode. And even if I would, I can be always be just having like an extra pair of Joy-Cons. Or just like put it somewhere and then, you know, play from a distance. But yeah, it's something. It could be because like most like controllers are they're not like flat on the back. And you know, your fingers are not really going into a way that you're used to. And unfortunately, like, even though I don't really find like Switch Joy-Cons to be too small, but if I'm playing in handheld mode, then I can be agreeing on it. But if I'm just playing with Joy-Cons, then I'm fine with it. Because I most of the time will be having some sort of like thing that I attach them to anyways. I don't usually play that much with just the Joy-Cons. So, you know, it bulks up the Joy-Con in quotes. I haven't used too much Pro Controller on Switch, but I will say that I'm not personally the biggest of fan of Nintendo's like Pro Controllers. haven't used switches too much, but I'm just not personally too big of a fan of it. I don't know what it is necessarily about them, but it's just something. Because I will say that in my opinion it's so nice that we have actually Joy-Cons. In the sense that, you know, if you only need one Joy-Con, you can be, you know, just playing with one hand. That's pretty cool. And I like it. And Joy-Cons mostly are, like, in my opinion, like, quite good. I mean, to be fair, nowadays, like, most of the controllers, like, when it comes down to that they are wireless, they are working quite well. And stuff, but Joy-Cons also had the plus that, you know, even if you would be playing with two Joy-Cons, you can still, like, separate them and, you know, do stretching and whatever things you want. You can be more free with than, like, with any other controller, basically. Drift for them is annoying, but I will say that much that no controller is no controller is safe from that. You know, after a certain amount of use, any controller will be breaking down. Some might be taking longer, some, you know, might be taking shorter, but, you know, it's still gonna be a thing that it is gonna be breaking at some point. Still, like, I think, like, honestly, up until recently, I didn't have any problems with these Joy-Cons. Now, maybe because they're so old, they are kind of having, like, connection issues. Or I'm just, like, having them incorrectly. I'm putting them too far away from the console in the wrong way. They're not getting good enough signal, you know. But don't mind them. Don't have drift. And as I said, soon these are 3 years old. And not like day-to-day use, but basically, like, if you would be cutting it down, it would be like at least like 2 to maybe 3 hours a day. If you would be putting it down like that. So, you know, they are pretty well used, if you ask me. But yeah. Do be what it do be, indeed. I like that there is options for like people that want to be getting different controllers. And also like that you don't need to be going straight away like into an unofficial ones indeed. And just be straight away be going into an unofficial ones indeed, so that's nice. I will say one thing that when it comes down to technology, kind of, is that it's more game related. And I've always found interesting why is it even possible to be doing them? Like how are they not gonna be getting cut down all the time and stuff? Is the like 500 games in one cartridge. I found always interesting like how they can still be there. I mean, some of them are interesting, and you know they are try to be two different things combined to one, so they are a unique thing. It's just interesting that I feel like there could be more done to them, but at the same time I feel like it would be too much work, and they would be, you know, it's kind of like so many situations that if you would be putting one down, another one would be straight away up. So it wouldn't really be making that much of a difference, but it's just interesting still. I mean, they are mostly for like old games that companies might not be caring that much about anymore, but still, it's just interesting that, you know, it can be done. Check these out then. But yeah, it's interesting. But I feel like if like companies would be releasing like all the consoles, I feel like having like the console to be like that there would be Maybe not all of the games for the console, but most of them. I feel like that's a very good one. Hello, Carmen Nancy, how are you doing? Nice. Seems like an interesting plan. Hopefully things go well then. Nice. Yeah, I feel like you did talk about that like a few weeks ago that you need to be doing that. Yeah. Hope things go well indeed then. Hope there is not gonna be too many issues that you're gonna be running into. I guess that's always so fun. All of a sudden, issues. Interesting. Sounds like stuff that is very fun. That's for sure. I probably wouldn't be able to do it myself because it would be way too much for my brain to be handling. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, in my opinion, whoever is in the charge of the building process, in one way or another, should be there every once in a while. Instead of just being, you know, sitting in an office. I mean, of course, like, I don't think that whoever is in charge should be there all the time, but go there still. See how things are going. I guess that's how you get bad things happening if the one that is in charge is not there. Don't have personal experience, but I know people that have been experiencing that. Yeah, exactly. Because I think I've talked about it before that when my father and his wife wanted to be fixing the roof, they did do it by a company, and like whoever was in charge did like almost never be there. And then, you know, things did go south and stuff. And then, you know, it's just interesting that they were just sitting in an office the entire time, basically. Yeah. I mean, of course, it's a different thing. Like, it depends on how much involved does the leader want to be on the project. Does the leader want to be doing work also? Then, you know, it do be like that. But sometimes it's the case that the leader is just, you know, seeing that everything is working and going as they are supposed to. It really differs from project to project, of course. But it's just insane how many times, like, the leader of the thing is, like, not even there. But yeah, anyways, another hour has passed, so soon we'll be having a break indeed. I'm trying to be getting a little leap that I don't have any room for, I see. It's not the first and not the last time for sure. Yeah. I mean, it would be kind of silly to be making. I mean, of course, like some places that are only gonna be used for like one thing, and you know, it's fine, but most places, if they could be used as something else, they should be. Imagine parking lot situation being good. Yeah, like it's so many times, like so bad. These are the last checks before break time, indeed. Yeah. Understandable. Good luck with it, indeed. We are gonna be getting going soon indeed. There we go. Yeah, I'm done with there. Wasn't too surprised. Knew that there would be one more that I need to be doing on Soul Silver though. Oh, nice indeed. It seems like 2500 is possible to be hitting today, so in Sword it is. So most likely gonna try to be getting there indeed. Most likely indeed. If we can, we can, if we can, we can't. Easy as that as always. It's not the end of the world because any amount of checks is good checks indeed. Was happy with the progress indeed. Oh, that's almost all of them. What? I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. But indeed, as I said, progress will be progress, so no matter how much you can be getting done, it's always a little bit closer to the goal indeed. And as I said plenty of times, be remembering to be taking breaks if it is seeming to be necessary. Because most times the hunting can wait. There's very few times where it's very strict time limits, thankfully. And indeed, if you need to be taking breaks, take breaks indeed, off the stream as well. Appreciate you, of course, being in here, but we all be having things that we need to be doing anyways. Do you know Pokemon? No. I don't know that there is such thing as Pokemon. Even though it's just a do you know that you can be getting from the fossil things you can be getting Pokemons. Do you know that there is Pokemon? Lovely. You know what's interesting to be seeing, and I think that I really hope that keeps going on? It's again more thanks to Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus and their overworld shinies. It has been a thing, of course, before, but it's again like more accessible. Is that I love to see when people are doing like shiny races. Or races in general. It's just easier to be doing it in games that, you know, you can be actually be seeing things in the overworld. They're pretty fun. I feel like they haven't necessarily like gone down in numbers, but I suppose they are not as popular as they used to be. And you know, they are there. I mean, shiny races have like been a thing forever, of course. And most of the time, if two people are doing them, it's... Usually it's two people, first of all, and... Usually they are doing it at the same odds. But then again, I've been seeing like people be doing that, you know, one has shiny charm, the other one doesn't have a shiny charm. There's nothing wrong with it, of course. But would be a little bit fairer indeed. Very interesting to be watching. Cat is sleeping very deep sleep there. I'm assuming because most of the time snoring means that, you know, you do be deep sleep. What it do be, what it do be. I don't know, did I put like my camera in the wrong spot or something, because today I'm having the issue that I don't have enough room for my hand to be moving. Since, you know, I need to be switching from one side to another. I guess, you know, it's unfortunately how the DS be working that, you know, half of the useful buttons for me are on the one side and half of them are on the other. That's probably the reason why the camera is sometimes moving a lot, because, you know, I need to be moving from side to side indeed. I'm honestly quite interested to, like, see probably at some point, even though I most likely will not be doing it myself, but see how actually like something like a control mod is working on like DS and 3DS. Because I don't think that I would be using it myself, but it's just like interesting to be knowing how it works. As I said, the D-pad is not the most enjoyable thing in the world, especially with this one. I don't know if another model would be having a better D-pad. I guess with this one it's like such sharp edges, it's insane. And that is still like probably the biggest pain that I've been having in this entire puzzle week indeed. Because as I said, it doesn't really bother me that much and it doesn't hurt me that much that I'm like, you know, smashing the A and keeping the controller in my hand or Joy-Con. Been getting used to it. I mean, I can definitely feel that, you know, it's kind of like packing up the, you know, that I've been using it for so long like that. But then again, I feel like when I'm gonna be getting a break for like a few days, it's gonna be fine. It'll be quite a-okay indeed. And as it is usual that if it would be too much, then, you know, I'll be figuring out a way to be doing it. Easiest way that I can think of that I can be fixing it is that I would be somehow be bothered to be changing the button layout on the other Joy-Con. It's easier to do for me to be doing that to be switching the DS to be on the other side. Because it's the side that it's easier for me to be getting more room. But unfortunately, I know one thing, because, you know, to be playing with a controller or honestly with anything, I know that at some point my hands are gonna be broken from that. And I also know that even if I wouldn't be doing that, then most likely my hands would be broken at some point. Because, you know, things happen. That's like a reason why I know that I can't be doing this more than for like 7 hours myself in one go. And also, you know, to be, as I said, be stretching my hands every once in a while as well to be keeping them more. And also, you know, since you can be putting the Joy-Con down as well, and you can be finding a way to be getting it worked. I like that I selected the option that I want to be mixing them differently when I literally have only 2 pieces. Like, I know it's an option there, but it's so stupid that it is. Like, I would be thinking that, like, the dude would be saying that you can't be doing that because you only have 2 pieces. You silly game. But fun things of funness for sure. I will say that if I don't find anything on Sword today, then we are in a quite a good row that indeed, whenever I do be doing this next, there will be quite a good chance that I will be going over odds there. Which is still a thing that I want to be happening. As silly as it sounds. I want at least one of the fossil hunts to be going over us. I will say that honestly I want something to be going over odds on Soul Silver anyways, but most likely when I do be getting done with the, you know, Fossil Week and everything, which is today, I most likely will be continuing the Abra one. The Abra hunt indeed. Another 5 that you can be purchasing at once. We're most likely continuing that. And as I said, I'm quite close to be at odds there. Yeah. I'm a silly dude. I want to be hitting like 20k on hunts sometimes. I want to be, you know, able to be hitting big numbers. People usually don't want to be doing that. I'm like, yeah, why not? Especially if it's like a fast hunt to be doing, I don't like mind it at all. I guess I said like the Abra hunt, I don't mind it if it goes like ridiculously over odds. It's still a hunt that I most likely will be doing only off stream though, because it's so quick. You need to be like, it's so quick that I don't think that I can honestly be doing any other hunts while I'm doing it. Yeah, if you are good enough, you can be doing 2 resets per minute. You can be seeing 10 Pokemons in a minute if you are like doing things optimally. It's that fast. So, you know, I don't mind it. Don't mind it one bit if it will be going over odds, but as said, not really a hunt that I can be doing while doing something else. Like, I feel like, for me, like, a hunt can be too quick, because I feel like then I really can't be speaking, because I need to be concentrating on the hunt too much. But, you know, if you can, of course. I know a bunch of people have been hunting them on stream and stuff. But I don't think, as I said, that I could myself. At least I will say one good thing about the Abraham is that I don't need to be moving at all. I can be just standing there. Also, one thing that I did hear recently that I did find to be very interesting thing that someone wanted to Pokemon games. And it's like game corners back, but they can't be adding game corners back because then they would need to be, you know, putting the age up. Also, good morning, EEST, how are you doing? But yeah, I don't think that game corners are never gonna be... I don't think that the game corners are ever gonna be coming back indeed, because they have their own issues, as I said, with the age thing. That's the reason why, like, the eShop games for, like, Gen 1, Gen 2 were rated so high. Because they did have game corner there, and that raises the age. It's strange and kind of stupid, but you know, understandable, I suppose. ASD, do you have any targets that you're going for today? Or are you going for whatever happens? Is there clouds nearby, or is it just windy for the funs of it? Oh no, soon there's gonna be a bunch of rain. And potentially lightning strikes. Well, we'll see. If all of a sudden stream cuts out, you know, weather be like that. Yeah, it's gonna be probably raining for, like, I would like to say half an hour straight soon. It's super windy, jeez. Gotta love the late summer, beginning of fall weather. But it was quite funny to be looking at like the map that, you know, tells us that, you know, where is rain, or specifically clouds, but anyways, where it's raining, there was like two like straight lines, and then both are like going through the entire country. It's insane. And now there's just one big kind of normal shaped cloud coming in. Were you able to get things done? Starting anything is the hardest part, for sure. At least it do be for me. Once you get to like the flow of doing things, then it kind of just goes and it's kind of hard to be stopping. And starting is the most annoying part. Nice. Definitely nice that you don't need to be doing such a complicated thing by yourself. Because it seems like there is so many things that you need to be remembering that one thing is bound to be forgotten. Nice indeed. Yeah, that's unfortunate how life do be. No matter have you done anything, there is always someone that just hates you. Like, you could literally be doing nothing and someone just hates you. Like, I have had few moments that I did have, like, temporary teachers that did just absolutely hate me for whatever reason. I've never met before, just hating me. Yeah. Can be especially unfortunate if, like, you have absolutely nothing to do with it. Like, I understand that it's a thing, but at the same time, like, kind of why does it need to be a thing for so long? Things, of course, be different in case from case, but still. But hopefully things go well then. I don't think that, thankfully, I have anything like that in either side. So that's nice. I can understand that it can be an absolute pain. That's interesting. I think most of the time in here it works in a way that if you are not like showing up, it's just like blank. You're not like either against it or, you know, go with it. Could be wrong and could be like in different places it works differently, but mostly when it comes down to especially big decisions, it's like if you're not there, it's just blank. And it's just going with the, like, how many there are, like, currently there. I could be wrong, but it's what I have understood. They are a mess anyways, I don't really care to be knowing that much. Such a mess, it's insane. That's still not down from the D-pad. But yeah. Do be what it do be indeed. Yeah, I mean, I think like visual things, they aren't like, it depends in a situation. Sometimes they are more important than just plain text, but in some situations it's always like it is also good to be knowing like numbers and stuff, like an actual like things, but they both are good. You need to like kind of learn how to be using them and in what situations. Nice. But yeah, I know that like quite a good amount of things. I mean, I was only in school and like we weren't like anything like visual artists or anything. But there was still, you know, presentations, and most of the time teachers did like it more when there was like pictures of things. Like how they are working instead of you try to be explaining how things work. I mean, like, there was like some things that, you know, there is personal information so it can be shared. But usually people did make like like mock-ups from them, like how they would be working instead. But yeah, it's interesting. And oh boy, the amount of times that I was so annoyed for people that were making slideshows wrong. They did have like wall of text instead of like small like words. And also like the wall of things is as well like a thing that like ever since we have been making like PowerPoint presentations, it has been a thing that every single time the teacher is saying that, you know, go ahead and just put small words and, you know, just explain it yourself. Because even if you would be struggling to be try to be explaining it to yourself, you will be getting a better grade than if you would be just reading from the screen. The teachers never did say it, but like if there was two like almost similar presentations, usually the one that was trying to be explaining things in their own words were getting a better grade. But yeah. Yeah. It's just the thing that why is it so hard to understand? I mean, I get it that in some places you might need to be getting like a text wall, but in most situations, no. Because like, what is the point you be like giving or like giving us a presentation if you're just literally gonna be reading what's on the screen. Like I could be reading it myself. So like the presentation itself is completely useless. And I just don't understand why it was so hard for people to understand it, because like I think like I don't remember what was the first grade that we would have been doing there. Maybe 7th grade, about 12, 13 years old. Might have been earlier, but anyways, I understood like after like few ones that, you know, it's better to be doing it 1 or 2 words, maybe a brief explanation, and, you know, go from there. And I mean also, like, if you can be putting it to your own words, it also will be showing the teacher as well that you know what you're talking about. Because you don't need to be reading from a script everything. One thing I will say, that even though it has been told me so many times whenever you're doing a presentation you should be practicing it, I never did, because I have tried, I did try a few times, but I did feel so awkward doing it. So I didn't want to do it, it was just like, no. Yeah. And I will say that I personally did find, unfortunately, most of the presentations, even from people that I knew that they were good at school, quite boring. Because most of them were, like, just reading from the screen. But, you know, happens. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. I will say one of the things that I feel like is one of the coolest things that anyone could be doing is admitting that they don't know. Because, you know, people, like, don't really do it. I mean, in certain situations you might need to be wording it differently for sure, but, you know, If you don't know, you don't know. It's just is how things are. For example, like when I was working in a store, I hated that they did say to me that if you don't know where something is, don't say it, but just bring someone else. But, you know, I'm not saying it, but I'm showing that I don't know, so does it matter that I don't say it? Like, no one actually cares, like, if you're new in the store, a new worker, you don't know how where things are, does it matter? It's just like, huh? Because if I don't know something, I'm gonna be saying I don't know, but I could try to be figuring it out. But yeah, it's just like why not to be saying that you just don't know. I would be kind of afraid if someone would be knowing everything, honestly. That would be even more terrifying. But yeah. It do be what it do be. Yeah. And I will say, even though, you know, it's of course like a big achievement that you'll be getting out of certain schools and you know, in quotes, everything. But at the same time, I will always be saying, how much are you gonna be doing with every one of those informations? Like, maybe you use like few of them, but you're not gonna be using all the info. That is just how things are. I mean, you know, it's just, you know, a thing that, you know, we need to be learning quite unnecessary things, but does it really matter that you know how to be doing certain calculations most of the time? No. Because there's so many calculations that I will say that I don't know how to be doing them, or I don't remember how to be doing them on top of my head. And there is certain ones that even if I would, I'd rather be using like an online like calculator for them instead. Because one that I use always an online calculator for is how much are you using, how much is the, you know, car wasting per kilometer. I'd rather be doing it by a calculator instead. I know how to do it, I think. I'm being taught that at least. I don't know if I know how to be doing it anymore. I'd rather be using a tool. Yeah, that's fair. Simple things are, you know, simple, easy to be doing on the head. Yeah. And I will say that sometimes just the context that you're doing like math in also makes it harder or easier. Because I will say that like I have always struggled with like this dude has 3 apples, gives 2 of them away kind of questions. I don't like them, but I have a problem how to be doing them and stuff along those lines. But if I would be having the same situation in a game, I think I would be able to do it, you know? Because it's just context matters. Because the problem was like all the like the story-based like math questions, there was like so much like complete garbage in them. I mean, they were meant to be that way, but I hated them so much. But then again, it's testing your knowledge how to be picking up important things in a story. And knowing what you need and what you don't need. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, they were annoying to me as well, but you know, I understand why they need to be there, of course. The problem was that like, I don't know if I still have it, but I did have it when I was a kid. It wasn't like fully diagnosed, but like it was kind of discovered that I had the problem of kind of understanding what I'm reading, and also like I was a slow reader and everything. I still am. I like to be reading slowly. But like it was like the teacher did like test it out and kind of figured out that I do have a problem with that. Wasn't anything too major, but it is what it is. I don't really care. But it also could be that, you know, I feel like if I would be doing those kinds of questions now, I feel like they would be a lot easier. As I said, in games, it's easy. So I feel like if I would be taking something like that now, I would be finding it a lot easier. But it is what it is. I don't remember what exactly was the problem in there, like with those specific questions that, you know, are story-based and then you need to be figuring out. But there was like something related to that, it was the problem. If I would have liked to, I could have been taking like a doctor's paper out of it and be using that like in tests, so I would be getting extra time, but I couldn't be bothered with it. Yeah, I hate those teachers. Like I hate it in school anyways that like sometimes you need to be like copying the entire thing somewhere. I hated that. Some teachers did allow us like take pictures, and I like that. But yeah, I just didn't understand why I need to be writing everything down. Yeah, I feel like it's more of a nowadays thing. Like, phones are used so much on education nowadays, at least in here. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna be having soon a break. Like in a minute or so. But yeah. It's just like kind of a thing. I understand like what they're trying to be getting out of it, that you need to be writing it yourself in order to be understanding it better. The problem is that it doesn't work for everyone. But like kind of a thing like why couldn't they be on the textbook? You know? Why couldn't they just be there? It was like so unnecessary to be writing them down. I mean, you didn't have to, of course, but it was like heavily recommended. Because otherwise, you wouldn't be able to read it again. But, there we go. Break time indeed. Let's get going soon then. But yeah, one thing that schools will unfortunately forever be having, I feel like, is that they don't really include different ways to be learning. I mean, in here it's not as bad as I have been seeing it somewhere else, but the problem is that schools only teach mostly one way of learning. And you know, not everyone just learns that way. It is what it is. So it has definitely been getting better in here from what I have heard. And it's of course hard to be going for like everyone. It's hard to be teaching in a way that there would be enough resources and you know everyone could be learning. But I feel like schools could be doing more the thing that they're like helping you with it anyways. Or at least to the best of their abilities. But yeah. To be fair, I will say that much that, in my opinion, if you really want to be learning something, I feel like you're gonna be learning it on your own. Like, sure, like, you might be going to school in order to be learning something. But I feel like if you really want to be learning it, you're doing it yourself. Because, you know, schools, they can only be teaching you so far, then you need to be... And you need to be doing things yourself, indeed. School is, in my opinion, a good place to be starting, but... and you know, thankfully nowadays internet do be a big thing. I mean, before that, like, for most things there was books for as well, but... I personally do be preferring that my coding things are from the internet and from a book. First of all, because the books are, as I said, in this field, they are outdated so quickly. So they are kind of useless, unfortunately. But, you know, do be what it do be. And also for me, it's kind of hard to be, like, try to be writing something from a book to a computer. Because, for example, when we were doing our thesis, it was recommended that you would be getting one, like, book as a source, like a physical book, specifically. But then, like, the teachers were like, it's fine because it's kind of hard to be getting anything in this field as a book. I did use some books, they were online books, or like ones that you can be finding online as well, so they were a little bit better for me. Even though, like, some of them were indeed written only, like, few years ago, they were so outdated. That is why I find it quite silly to be making like a book for like programming and then, you know, try to be educational. I feel like a programming book that is kind of a programming book that would be definitely working is like one that would be telling about like history of programming and stuff. That would definitely be working because, you know, it's not like the info is outdated or anything at any point because, you know, it was said that at some point it was like this, you know? But if it's physical code, then yeah, no. That's why, like, I try to be writing my thesis in a way that try to be writing it in the way that it would be like at the time of writing this. This is how things work. I was quite specific that, like, for example, I did use one program. I was very specific about its version because I know that, you know, things are changing. So, like, I was very specific about a version, and I didn't update it at any point when I was doing the thesis as well. So all the things would be working the same all the way through. Because I felt that was important to be, like, making clear. So if someone else wants to be doing the same thing, they can. I don't know why anyone would be, but it's a possibility. Sure. Reese, then I see you soon. There we go. Mhm. Let's reset them. About 20-ish minutes, and then we'll be hitting 2,500 on Sword indeed. That'll be the case. I feel like I would be going based on... I think based on like how things are going, I think I will be going to 2600 and see if I want to be doing more from there. If I do, then I do. If I don't, then I don't. 3k is unfortunately a little bit out of the reach for the day. Like it will be, I think, 4 hours more, so a little bit out of there. Just slightly, indeed. It's still, you know, pretty good numbers for whenever I'm doing this next, indeed. If, of course, we are even gonna be going that far. I guess that's always an option. You never know when the funny one wants to be showing up. You never know, indeed. Oh. Thought I already did say no to that nickname. I was thinking that I would be on a different menu already. Happens. Yeah, as I said before, as much as I do be liking doing these ones, I don't mind them at all. I'm do be more interested in doing other hunts, indeed. To be fair, I feel like it's always the situation once you have been taking a break from anything, it's kind of nice to be getting back to it. So, you know, it do be the kind of situation indeed that, you know, do be, as I said, one thing that I'm looking forward to be getting back to, honestly, is Dynamics Adventures. I'm looking forward to be going back to them next weekend, indeed. Doing as many checks for Gimme Goal as possible in the meantime. Apart from not Wednesday, but Thursday, Tuesday. When I'm doing Alpha Gudra, of course, as usual. See what it do, beep. And after the Gimme Goal event is over, then I feel like most likely, at least for a little bit, I can be going back to more usual hunts indeed. Continuing, you know, Galarian Farfetch'd. It's been a long time since I've been doing anything in there, for sure, but going back in there, indeed in there, so it's nice. Potentially some other ones as well. Even though it's not gonna be for that long, to be fair. I guess it's like once the Gimme Goal event is gonna be over, it's not gonna be that long when it's, you know, October. It's like a little bit over a month, I think, but still, not that long time. And we hunt down at least one Pumpkaboo, indeed. And then we have again like a month that I will be doing like whatever hunts, and then then we're gonna be going to like more wintry hunts. Do be what it do be. And I see that I have done a mistake at some point in my counters, so I'll try to figure out what is going on. I've gone already like too much, or it seems like I've been going already too much. Check out then. We'll be getting that already there. Yep, I did already add that. Okay, nope. We're good. To be knowing where things did go wrong. Should be maybe the last Caputo. I don't think that I'm that off. Yeah, I'm not that off indeed. Check these out then. I'm still so glad that it takes, like, you need to be confirming the saving. That would have been like so many times I would have been making that mistake already. Glad that does require that indeed. There we. Do you want to do things? No. Immediate no. Why are you even talking to me? It's so stupid that, you know, you can be straight away just saying no. And it's kind of stupid as well that you can be saying no at any point. I understand if you could be saying like no in the beginning and at the end. It just doesn't really make too much sense that you want to be saying no in the like in the middle. At least to me, but you know, it do be what it do be. What if I mean, it's still a better question though than are you from yes town or no town? Uh, my favorite place. Can't do be on the movie indeed. But yeah, indeed, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. Progress is always progress at the end of the day. No matter how little how the amount is indeed. But one thing that I do be finding quite funny though, it's that so many places they don't care what you do if it's over the weekend. Like, if it's over the weekend, they don't care like how you do things, and then like if it's over the week, they are very strict. For example, like if you would be like to be getting a part-time job when you're in school, they don't really care that much how much you do work in the weekends. There is still like, of course, since age is most likely the issue, that you can only be doing so much. You can only be doing so much work at the same time. But it's insane, like, can't be doing too much on weekdays, but if it's on the weekends, then it's fair game. And you're like, huh? Sure. To be fair, it is a good way though, in my opinion though, but it's just silly that weekends don't really count because, you know, if the thing is that you need to be resting enough, you can't be, you know, overworking yourself. Then why, you know, you're allowed to be working as long, basically as long as you want on the weekends. Strange things. Strange things indeed. And especially because like I mean, it has been always a thing that, you know, not every job is, you know, only during the weekdays and specific hours, you know. So it is kind of strange that like that is still nowadays a thing that people are looking into, especially because like nowadays it's so common to be having a job that you can be either completely doing from home or partially be doing from home. So I find it very interesting that it is like still not like a normal thing. Will it ever, at this point I don't honestly know, will it ever be like a normal thing that, you know, people will be working at whatever times? Because for quite a good amount of people it's a strange thing that, you know, you can be working whenever and, you know, stuff along those lines. I will say that still, like, there is one thing that is very good about work that you do like every single week in the same way. Same hours, same days, is that, you know, it gives structure, like more of a structure to your life. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it's the thing that I would be finding it quite boring, because I did find it boring in school that, you know, you'll be doing the same things weekly, same lessons at the same time. It was boring. I'd rather be having like either free schedule or, you know, it's different from week to week. But yeah, I mean, I understand why people like doing them, but at the same time, I'm thinking that there is enough people that are doing it, so I don't need to be doing it. Even though there's still like lack of them all the time. I never understand how there can always be lack of people in some fields. Like, you would think if they have been having lack of people there for years, that they would have been already finding some way that is in the thing. Like, one would think that, you know, like, there would be a solution for it. To be fair, am I kind of in one of those fields? Yeah. Because at least everyone is always saying that there is lack of programmers. But the fun thing is that, yeah, there might be. But the problem is that you would need to be having work experience, but you can't be getting work experience because you can't be working for the work experience. But then again, that has always been a problem. Unfortunately, maybe that's the reason that, you know, there is lack of people working. If you're requiring them to be having work experience that they can be getting. Hmm. Could be. And sometimes the problem is that there actually isn't a lack of people, that, but the problem is that people don't want to be working in places because they don't get enough pay, which I feel is fair enough. It unfortunately doesn't really help to be doing it like that, but I understand it. But I will also say that it's not always the problem of whoever wants to be getting employers. Sometimes it's the problem of the one that wants to be getting the work, that they want way too much money. You know? I guess, you know, it can be one side or the other. It's not always one side only. No greens there. Greens there still indeed. If everything goes well enough, I should be able to do. After this one, I should be able to do almost 2 resets still before the hour is over. I'm gonna be doing one after this for sure. The other one is not gonna be just completed. Unfortunately. It's not that bad though. Not that bad at all. I guess I should be soon done. Should be indeed. There's still more. I thought they would be already done. Sure. There we go. They do be done on Sword then. I'm surprised that it has been soon 5 hours and the... Yes, it's still fine. It's just in case it's not charging. It's not charging. Okay, it hasn't turned, like the light hasn't turned red yet. Interesting. And I'm fine with it, it's just interesting it has been like soon 5 hours and still haven't need to be plugged in because it could be that I might not be. Oh, I already added those. No, I did. Did add those already? Yeah. What? If it lasts, it lasts. I don't mind it. It's surprising. I might be able to do the entire day today without putting it to charge. I don't know what's wrong with that rubber band there. Wants to be getting lifted off quite easily today, it seems like. I'll double check this, even though I'm pretty sure I have already checked these 3 times actually now, but anyways. Better that way. Nice. I should be able to do indeed one more and then a little bit for the next one. Nice. Hopefully it goes well then. Probably isn't too much of a trouble. Soon the puppy will be try to be carrying a stick double the size. Always fun when dogs be doing that though. Try to be bring a stick that is like twice their size. And then they're wondering why are they struggling walking into places. Silly. Oh, so no. Not Lily yet. Not quite yet. I say not quite yet because even if I would be finding the Caputo, I wouldn't be starting it. But still not yet. One interesting hunt would be... I don't know if I would want to be doing it because it's gonna be taking absolutely ages to be doing it. It would be certainly something to be doing. Is to be getting every single fossil to be having marks. I guess that's certainly something to be try to be getting every single one of them with marks. Wouldn't be an easy task, that's for sure. I think even if I would be doing that, I think that I would be getting only one per line. I guess getting 2 of them would be kind of crazy. The thing is, do I want to be getting the mark charm for that or not is a different question. Do I want to actually be doing it also? It would be quite interesting. Maybe one day, maybe one day. It's a possibility nonetheless. Because it would be kind of cool to be doing like a group. Be getting them all marked Chinese. Maybe, maybe. It's not too bad of an idea, though. Not too bad of an idea at all. Unfortunately, for some, it's easier than others. Of course. Wouldn't be that big of an issue, though. Already done, okay. Time to check the caboodles. Still don't see any green there. How about double checking these? Should be all, yeah. But yeah, we're gonna be also gonna be having soon another break. As you know, another hour has passed indeed. We'll be doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna do most likely only 2 more checks today. Full checks indeed. I feel like that's a good ending point. It is gonna be close-ish to be hitting indeed. 2k also in the Caputo. But I don't really feel like going. I guess it's gonna be requiring quite a bit of extra. And you know, it will be something that can be hit another day, indeed. There's no rush hitting it today if I don't feel like it, indeed. I think I can do one reset on Soul Silver. And now the DS has turned red. So depending on when it starts the flashing, I might need to be putting it to charge today. Could be possible to be avoiding. No, that ain't too bad, like in the 5 hours more. A little bit more than that it has been on. That ain't that bad. But as I said, it do be really depending on 3DS though. Are you playing like a DS or 3DS games? Because 3DS games are definitely draining it more. You know, odd. I think that it would be doing that indeed. Yeah, let's get a few more checks in and then we'll be having a little bit of a break indeed. And then we continue on. After the break is over indeed. be leaving it there for a sword. Going in and back, or out and back in. On Soul Silver, so I can be just again be talking to it. Be getting the fossil. There we go. Nice. Mm-hmm. Let's continue then. It is not gonna be taking that much longer to be getting these check done indeed. Like 20 minutes max, I would like to say. Won't be even seeing the night chime today. It seems like if that's the case, indeed. Just barely be missing out on that because it makes such a big difference, you know, as usual. Insane how big of a difference it do be making. But we'll see, we'll see. I started to think about it. I don't think that there's too many bugs. Like Pokemons that do be turning green when they're shiny. There is some, but I don't feel like there's that many. There's some that are like already green and then they switch to another color. There ain't that many that are indeed green when they're shiny. It's interesting. Because again, mostly just be thinking about, you know, regularly green bugs. And I think only 2 that are bugged. Actually, no. Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Only that I can be thinking of 2 bugs that turn green when they're shiny. Oh, now I thought of a 3rd one, actually. But there isn't, I suppose, that many then. If I'm not, like, forgetting completely. Which wouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, I suppose there isn't too many bug Pokemons to be turning green when they're shiny. Interesting. Everything. Nice. The last reset indeed. For today. And as I said, most likely then on Monday I'll be doing at least a little bit of a gimme goal. Either already having it as shiny and, you know, hosting it, or something else. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see when we get there, indeed. But indeed, most likely Scarlet and Violet, indeed. Nice. Love to say that now you can be doing gimme goal if you want to, or the other things that are on outbreaks instead. Gimme goal, shiny hunting from the 5-star raids. Fun. And stuck to being around full odds a little bit more, but yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, for sure. I need to be plugging in my DS now, really? I don't even gonna be doing that many checks. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're trying to be finding one, it's better to be doing it solo. Honestly, because you can be just running away if it's not shiny. Or what I will be doing myself is that I'm gonna be destroying some of them because I want the XP candies. I like my EXP candies. Oh, come on. Need be checking out what's that button's problem, why it doesn't want to be keeping pressed. It's not the end of the world by any means. Really be lifting that yes so much. That would be an issue. Yeah, it's not that bad. I'll be most likely, as I said plenty of times, that I'll be tomorrow try to be finding a shiny one. If not, then no. If yes, then you know, it do be there. Gonna be fun, as always with Gimme Goal. You know, you can always be getting lucky with them indeed. And get them immediately, or you can be stuck for 2 weeks and find it and the event is over. I mean, it's not like there's anything that is making you to be leaving the event, apart from connecting to the internet, but you know, you can be doing it forever technically. Last reset on, so silver as well. So we soon be done indeed. I will say though, good thing about Gimme Goal is that it's so easy to be soloing. You can be losing to it, but you need to be getting like super unlucky with the NPCs bringing the wrong Pokemons. But it's so likely that you will be winning it anyway, so that's good. It's very nice. Well, that's the last of it on Sword then. Gonna add those up already. But not too bad, another like 5.5 hour-ish. Hunting session, not too bad at all. Another decent amount of checks in for sure for whenever I'm gonna be continuing this. If not, as I said, if not sooner, then indeed next year's Fossil Week is when I'm gonna be continuing these. Whenever it's gonna be next year, indeed. And then just double checking that there is nothing in here, which I highly doubt, but better to be double checking. Should be all of them checked, yep. But I am still happy that I was managed to be finding 2 Aerodactyl and Regozolt. Not too bad. But it is indeed for me for this year's Fossil Week. Continuing kind of normal-ish hunts on Monday, with Gimme Goal not being too normal, but it do be there. Anyway, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and to get out rest as well. I'll see you guys on Monday. Until then, bye.